Let's real quickly run back to Motsuk. Said someone in. Okay, there. Uh. Hi, Saino, how are you? Oh, nerd glasses. I actually kind of like that. Oh, that's pretty. How are you doing? And thank you so much for the subscription. Oh, this is absolutely gonna be my. Too bad I can't color it though. Oh, did you get fired? I'm sorry if I hadn't found out until now. Oh, I am so sorry. You don't have to keep subscribing to me if you don't have the money. I mean it. I swear, that's probably the only gloves I like. It's okay, Ring. I like that. Oh my god. Too bad it's just for the dragoon. And it's only for the dragoon, which I'm not sure. It's gonna be my first melee one to get up, but it's not. It's not my main goal right now. I do like the striking one. I'm also trying to, since my avatar is wearing purple, trying to keep a certain amount of purple coloring. Purple your favorite color? Yellow is ah. Oh, I thought they were actual glasses. No. Dandelion yellow. That's pretty. I guess that'd look nice on some people, just numbing. Oh, that's gorgeous! And that's for Rogue Ninja. I don't. Okay, okay, okay. I want it now for the Rogue Ninja one. But I don't. Or Viper. The thing with the Viper one is I want to go with a more, I guess, wild look, which I'm saying that when already planning for a kind of wild look for one of the healer things, but I know I'm not going to play rogue much because I don't remember stuff very easily, and trying to earrings are the same. Oh yeah, I when I at least once a week I drink dandelion tea because it's supposed to help. I don't want to have any you know, gallstones anymore. You know, I don't want to go back to the hospital. Okay. I'm good when it comes to that. No hospitalizations from, well, kidney stones, excuse me, and not realizing that they're kidney stones. I need a scepter. Curiosity. If I really want to torture myself. Oh, it now, if I get it for that one, it allows me to change the coloration of it. I'm not sure if I want to torture myself to doing extreme to get that. Well, it's savage. Yeah. I'm not sure if I want to torture myself to do savage. Hey, stressful overtime, how are you? I like the outfits, but Eden's Gate savage. And it allows me to like see if I want to do a purple coloring. Which goes along with my whole purple outfit kind of thing. And it'd be awesome. Like coloration of this. So it's more of a rogue-like color. I mean, something like that or that. Or this. Tier 3 is also now in Dawn Trail. Oh, that's a pretty blade. Like, I can now, add that. Though, you can't roulette for it, can you? You have to actually look for, I don't have weapons for this one. Let me go quickly look at this. Oh, that's gorgeous! It was. If you want to actually. Okay. That works. Okay. This is. Oh. Why? Me? Why? Say, this is my imagination of it. The fuck is wrong with me? I want to make a joke of I apparently like the punishment, but I'm not sure if I want to make that joke right now. I mean, double the trouble. So, in my Discord server, I brought up when I was talking to a friend about how Bad Dragon has an Ono hole based on the goddamn worm from it. Yes. No, somebody brought it. We were talking about Dune, and then somebody brought it up. Not in my server, but it was somebody who's outside my server. Was like, you know, they created this thing. And I'm like sitting there, I don't believe you. And then I went on the site, and there it is. And I'm like, holy fuck. It exists. I really shouldn't be surprised, but it exists. Yeah. Really? I did not know that. I mean, what the conversation with the original guy was about was the themes of basically Dune is kind of like a reverse. It's not even he's um hero to some degree. It's not really an anti-hero to some degree because you do I guess root for him to some degree, but he literally causes the deaths of so many. It's like a 40k kind of um thing. What's the name? Where but at the same time, he becomes this tyrannical ruler to some degree, and he's bred to be that. Oh, I'm gonna get hit by that. I'm gonna get hit by that. Oh, I didn't. Oh, hi over there, that's all alone. Oh god, oh god, oh god. We're not. Yeah. But like literally the kind of destruction he causes. Is anybody else gonna roll for this? Because I most sympathetic rule victory, Ishnai. Unfortunately, we cannot be certain if the ethereal has been behaving as predictably. Well, I mean, for glamours, hello. Also, Nora and he dropped to drink is totally not a T.S. Eliot reference to the Wasteland, which I am a nerd of. That I repeat, I started squeaking when I realized the whole section of Honkai Star Rail had the poem in it. Going to a wedding in game tomorrow. Woo! In Final Fantasy. That was incredible. Is that what a primal looks like? Not quite the same then, but why is that? Leviathan of the Source was summoned by the Sanghagen, to whom he was no less than a god. Without their faith, the deiformed entity we brought into existence differed on the fundamental level, though no less formidable. I've only ever been to two. One when I quote-unquote married my boyfriend. And then the other was for his sister and her boyfriend. My boyfriend's sister and his, you know what I mean. Manifestation relied on Ishnai's experience with the Leviathan. Hobbit, nice! Did they have you be the ring bearer? May have influenced by recollection of other water aspects being and leading to further discrepancy. Memories brought to life. Well, but I still can't tell if our plan actually worked. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess. Well, you could be like a hobbit that drank a lot of water from Treebeard's forest. That's the reason why Merry and Pippin got so tall. Yes, I am a nerd. What are you talking about? We'll just have to wait and see, I guess. Like, they grew a few inches just by drinking some of it before. But I'm not Queen of the Ring because the ring is bad. It corrupts people. How does it go? Let me pull up the wiki. But apparently they're some of the tallest hobbits. Not that Merry, or is it Pippin? Pippin, who's a Took, was already kind of taller to begin with, anyways. Yeah, I absolutely corrupt people all the time, as in that I don't. As in, corrupt to follow my I'll say my Fox VTuber! Woo! Yes! Join the VTuber cult! Woo! You finished slaying your primal, or whatever it is. I switched you back here on the double. There's something you ought to see. Fox fault. I know, right? What could that be? During the skirmish among his captors, Merry and Pippin escaped to meet Treebeard, leader of the Ents. Treebeard's Ent draft makes Merry and Pippin grow to become the tallest hobbits in history. And that's over 4 foot 5 inches. Eventually, our only recourse is to return to our base of operation forthwith. I got nothing. It's a cult and everything but actual action. It's just the name wise. Yes. In both cases, yes, except nobody's elected. We have no power. We're more like a collective, more or less. So you've joined the Warren. Cool. Because that's a fox den. Or I could call it Earth, which is a collection of foxes. I'm not joking. They also are called sulks and sneaks, if I remember correctly, and a few other. Oh, leash. Leash is another one. Ishnai, look. Good thing we put our tent somewhere where people wouldn't be drowned. By the 12's good grace, 'tis a marvel to behold. I never thought that a whole lake would suddenly appear like this. And we're just getting started. I only hope the burden isn't too much for you, Ishnai. Look, I almost died from a different burden. I am... Such a profound transformation, though the change appeareth to be limited to an area no fewer than a few miles in diameter. You know, when I first heard Irialge's plan, I didn't know what to expect, but then that enormous crystal appeared and water came gushing forth, and well... So you hit the G-spot. We hit the G-spot. Is that the thing? No, I'm not sorry for that joke I just made. I think this proves that the water aspect aether is no longer lying dormant. Yep, the G-spot. So, which element should we realign next, Irialge? I propose Earth. I was about to make the proposition of Earth, just because... Is it in the Dynasty? Well, it's in the empty, so we need to fill it. I propose Earth. Should we succeed in returning the soil's life-giving energy, the empty shall become capable of supporting the growth of flora. Imagine forests in the empty. But before we begin, I would like to know how that girl is doing. Still sound asleep. She didn't so much as stir when I took her helmet off. I thought there might be getting a bit stuffy in there, and I was curious to know what sort of person we're dealing with. She seems surprisingly normal. Filled, yes, with wood. Not all unlike your usual void scent. I'd say she's been around the same age as you, Ryne, perhaps a little older. Well, whoever she is, we should let her rest while we concentrate on the task at hand. As much as I'd love to go with you, I'd best stay here in case she wakes up and is feeling less than cooperative. Did you bring more books to read? And while you wait here, I wait here wishing I had something to read. My thoughts would be with you as you fly off to face the next opponent. It must be a strange feeling to bring something into existence through your own willpower, only to slay it immediately. The way you put it that way, it's like I'm slaying my own children. I almost feel sorry for the poor thing. All the same, I wish you luck. Huge letter G on a mountain. I mean, that works. If all goes well, he won't be waiting for long. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we'll see results. Well, I don't know. Let's see what it'll be like when I, try and get into a raid for it to be quicker. We were gonna go down this road eventually in this stream. Once more into the empty, dear friend. Thou art prepared, I presume. Alright, Night Wolf, hope you sleep well! Do good things. I'm quite sure it's a good thing we found the G-spot. Now, before we embark on our journey, there's one question I feel like I should ask. Where are we going? To hell in a handbasket. I would suggest to a certain region that lieth east of Norvrant, which was once home to the great mountain Atlas. And for the earth aspect primal we wish to invoke, what could be more fitting choice than Titan? Smash. Or pass. I'd rather not be smashed by him. I'd pass. Pass! 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 I don't think I heard of one like... I don't think I've heard of that one. What's it like? I hate it. The landslides. The landslides! It seems like you had a rather traumatic experience. Don't get me started on Boo. Oh my god, the poor baby doll! It's also traumatic for Alize, so don't ask her. But if our last battle didn't go by, this one will be different from the Titan that Ishnai remembers, yes? I would be wise to consider the two as separate beings. As such, thou must need conceive new stratagems if thou art to triumph in battle to come. So follow everybody else around. If you want to. Okay. Past experience will follow thee not, I fear. I mean, I'm quite sure learning how to run around like a chicken with their head cut off is pretty good, strategy. Alright, Ishnai, once you're ready, we'll be on our way. Well, also, following around everybody else is the other strategy. It took a while, but we finally arrived. Ready, Ishnai? Never, but I'm still here. Memories of Titan come tumbling back. I do not want to take a tumble with Titan. I don't want to take a tumble with Titan. One second. Remember, the primal was most assuredly vastly different from thou laid low in the source. Yeah, I get the picture. The terrain around here seems a bit rough, but Eden can give you something more level to stand on. I am having a moment. Players currently watching cutscene. Oh no. Anchored around? You ready? Cool. The supper cool. Now let's see. It says less than 5 minutes. I am having huge doubts, but let's see if that's true. While I go over to Macomb. Hydrate. Probably need to hydrate anyways, because I want to do Moogle voices! Oh, by the way, we're doing this technically on level. Is that okay? Or do you want me to... Because you said something about being extreme on Unsynced. So it is okay? It's Thunder Synced, okay. Because I was actually going to ask that, at least for the first time around, me having it unsynced, just because to experience the Hellfire. Good that I got this as soon as I got here. Whoa! The chicken with her head cut off. Well, fox with her head cut off running around screaming, you know? As you do. Who's tanking? Okay. We were playing blocks. Hi, welcome to Minecraft. You will hate it just as much as I do. Oh. What are we... I'm sorry! Sorry! I'm concentrating. I'm sorry. If you're not talking. This actually feels like I need to concentrate more than I did the... Fuck. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. Hey, I heard chickens are doing with moniker. Yes, it is. Also screaming. God damn it. I'm gonna be nice and discreet on them. Well, at least I'll get all the non-colorable ones. If you want. I don't want to be too greedy. That's the key on the matter. Welcome back. You must exhausted. For a creature made of rock, he was a lot more agile than expected. I wonder, was the Titan of your world a tough opponent too? Ah. Yeah, if I put one foot up wrong, I would have fallen to my doom. I've done that so many times before. So all it would take was a momentary lapse of concentration. I don't like the sound of that. But more importantly, you defeated another elemental being, which means we're a step closer to reclaiming the empty. Can't wait to see what a difference we made this time. I'm going to see what Yoriosha had to say. Well fought, Ishnai, well fought indeed. That thou were able to triumph over this avatar of primordial rage is a testament to thy persistence. Okay. Alright, I'm just not sure because sometimes people can be peculiar about that kind of stuff. And what I go through, since so many times I have to run the labyrinth and all this other stuff, I agreed on everything. Mainly because I know that I'm going to deconstruct it anyway, or if I get it. More importantly, you defeat another elemental being, which means that we're one step closer to reclaiming the empty, because I don't want to need on something that is my specific area if I'm just going to deconstruct or desynthesis it. I can't wait to see how much of a difference we made this time. Waters appeared here too. Did we really do all this? Where did the blue one go? Did we get a different dildo? We're continuing this joke! So it would appear the balance is returned to the element of earth. And yet... the transformation hath affect only the immediate vicinity, whereas the land beyond this lake doth remain unchanged. 'Tis passing strange indeed. Did we do something wrong? Though this has fallen short of the outcome I had envisioned, 'tis plain our efforts are not in vain. Mayhap this localized phenomenon is the result of an intersection of ethereal currents. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that similar location in the empty have undergone comparable alterations. Just not anywhere close where we can see it. Then the aether will spread out from these points to cover the rest of... You okay, sweetie? Have you been resting? Have you been eating? Ryne? I mean, I know with my tunnel vision as an both an autistic and a ADHD person is sometimes I forget to eat or drink or how I use the restroom until I basically am running to it. Are you alright? Perhaps asserting her well overeaten has taken its toll. Next piece. Also. It's nothing. That didn't look like nothing to me. You better lay down for a while. Yes, Daddy! No, really, I'm fine. Anyways, we still got work to do. Look, you're young enough that we can sit here and put our foot down and say, young lady, go lay down. Say, try and do that to adult me. Nay, Thancred has the right of it. It would be unwise to exert thyself overmuch. I appreciate your concern, but I do wish you'd stop fussing. This is a Ryne. Neither of your daddies will stop fussing until you do what they say. Ryne, thou knowest not the strain thou put place on thyself. Though the element of water and earth may have been restored, continued exposure to the empty stagnant aether may yet sap thee of thy remaining strength. Now that you mention it, I've been feeling a bit out of sorts ever since we got here. You can't help everybody if you've dead. Just lay that out there. I probably should get away from the empty and rest a while. Pray do so. Meanwhile, I shall remain here. The restoration of the first two elements hath produced unexpected results, and I require time to analyze our findings. However, I must ask thee to refrain from discussing our work in the empty, even with our closest comrades. Why? I thought they'd welcome the news. Indeed they shall, once we have more to show for our efforts. Nevertheless, this mission is one of surpassing danger. I am loath to place our dearest friends at risk unless absolutely necessary, but we're okay with having to risk me, of course, always. You have their best intentions at heart, I'm sure, but to be perfectly honest, I prefer not to keep secrets from the people that I trust with my life. I don't want to make a habit of this, but I'll do as you ask. Yeah, Ryne. What's this about not keeping secrets from people again? Well, I guess he said it's not keeping secrets from me ever again, but I mean... It seems to me that Ryne isn't the only one who would benefit from a change of scenery. Our Sleeping Beauty would likely fare better in more hospitable surroundings. He's just saying that so we can go get some reading material. We'll need to have our associates at the Crystarium organize a safe place for her to stay. If you and Ishnai could go ahead and have... Well, we don't know if she's a danger to us, so would that be a dungeon? Question mark. Have a word with them in more... Go ahead and have a word with them in more... So, we'll catch up once Ryne is finished, whatever it is he needs to do. Don't worry, she's growing up to be a strong girl. Perhaps thou too us accompany her on her return journey. I dare say she would be glad of thy presence. No, not this time. She's come such a long way since we first met, and I worried that relying on me too much will only hold her back. We won't be staying in the first forever. The time will come for Ryne and I to part ways, and for her to follow her own path. I think she's taking good steps and strides on her own. I know you understand this too, Ryne. I see you trying to pass on as much of your knowledge as possible while you still can. And to her credit, she is actually taking most of it in. Well, I'm gonna throw this out there. Just because you two go, bye-bye, doesn't mean that I can't, take on another job as a messenger cat and bring back letters. I mean, I won't do it all the time, but I mean, Ryne is possessed of a natural affinity for aetherology, unlike some who shall remain unnamed. A natural affinity for staying awake during your lectures, more like. Though, come to think of it, she really doesn't take after me at all. However, she is predisposed to brooding in silence in lieu of voicing her concerns. Nothing like being called the fuck out. Says the master keeping his cards close to his chest. I mean, you're not wrong either. Anyways, Ishnai, you better take the sky slipper with Ryne. It's true that she's been through a lot lately, but so have you. We'll need you to be ready for the challenges that lie ahead, so go on and get some rest. I'm not getting any rest, though. I don't understand this word, rest. We shall wait news of thy safe arrival in Amarag. Yeah, because suddenly we have pearl links. That would have been useful how many other times? As there's little risk of our camp being ransacked, it may be left unattended in our absence. Yeah, but the other question side of thing is, why are you trusting me to drive when I've never driven that thing before? Well, first that. Second of all, don't you think that at least we'll need a break from being in the empty so it doesn't hurt you anymore? I mean, you don't have to stay, in Mordsuk. You could stay right outside the empty. And then still let us to, have girl time, in Mordsuk. We have decided there's worth posting Crystarium guards to watch over Eden while we're gone. Yeah, you're not worried about things getting ransacked, but well, all right, Ryne, let's go. Gal time, yes. Seems you were all having quite a serious discussion. I hope I haven't given you any cause for concern. No, we're just seeing how much of a girl you've grown into, adult. Well, if you say so, I probably shouldn't stay in the empty any longer than necessary, though. So do you want to take the first shift piloting, or shall I? Do you have your driver's license? If the answer is no, since they don't exist in this world, I'm driving the entire way. Phew, I'm glad I had you there to keep me company. I have no idea how I would have passed the time otherwise. Now that we're here, we need to find our contact in the Crystarium. I know what we could have done. I spy with my little eye. Before that, I was hoping I could have a word with you. Something's on my mind. You know what was the most annoying thing? I didn't find this out until, I was going on a road trip with my cousins, is punching somebody in the shoulder if you see a, bug car, whatever. Volkswagen bug or whatever. And it was just kind of annoying. Like, they were watching around very closely for that. Like, punch buggy or whatever is what they called it. This might be the best place for it. These creatures over there look a bit hungry. Almost time to what the fuck? I'm not gonna restart. No. When I first spoke to Thancred and Ryne about what I was sensing in the empty, part of me wished we could have just left it alone. I guess I was scared of what we'd find. There's a unconscious girl somewhere with us that totally will not escape while we're having this conversation. But now that we found Eden, I know I've made the right choice. And if I'd given in to my fear, I probably would have spent the rest of my life wondering what might have been. From now on, Whenever I hear that voice telling me to run away, to hide, I won't listen. That's not who I am anymore. There are important times to listen to that voice, especially if you're being chased. That's not who I am anymore. Even so, all the courage in the world's not going to help me decide what we should do with that girl when she wakes up. It doesn't have to do with courage. She's just an unknown factor in it. You can decide as soon as when she is. Do you remember what she said right before passed out? Why am I here? What is happening? What if she's being controlled or forced to act against her will? I mean, percussive force until the behavior improves. Whatever the case, it's clear she's not a monster. She's a person like you or me. Obviously, she knows something about Eden, and we need all the information we can get. But more than that, I would want to talk to her to find out who she is and if there's anything we can do to help her. On the other hand, we mustn't forget that she's already attacked us once. What's to say she won't try again when she wakes up? Sweetie, I've been in this situation multiple times. I know this is a new situation for you, however, though, so I'll walk you through the steps. If she keeps us from reclaiming the empty, it'll be my fault. It's no good. I can't make up my mind. What do you think we should do, Ishnai? There's not much we can do until she's awake. I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't be trying to decide her fate before we even know who she is. In the meantime, we'll have to be patient and hope she'll comes around soon. I mean, it's nothing like I'm not a healer or anything. Until then, I'll try and concentrate on the here and now. Speaking of which, I still need to see to Uriange's errands. The people we're on our way to meet lent us a sky slipper and most of the apparatus we've been using. And since we've been sworn to secrecy, I assume that same applies to them and their colleagues. Anyways, once that's over with, we can find a place to relax. Let me real quickly. You know, you'd think I'd remember where the mender is, but maybe eventually I'll remember. Now that we're here, allow me to introduce you to two members of our inner circle, or whatever you'd want to call it. That's Gul, who's interested in trading any relics we find in the empty. I already found that out. Apparently, he mostly deals in exotic weapons and whatnot, but he's agreed to keep us supplied in whatever else we can't get from the Crystarium. Now, the ones we came to meet should be around here somewhere. Ah, Ryne! What a relief to see you've returned unharmed from your expedition. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. We were gone a bit longer than expected. And we collected a girl! Ishnai, I'd like you to meet Lyri. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As a representative of the Settlement Council, I am here to oversee the delivery of equipment deemed necessary for your mission. I'll be on hand to provide any assistance you may require. Actually, there's something we'd like you to take care of. It's probably best not to talk about in the middle of the market, though. I'll take it from here, Ishnai. You should get some rest. Before you go, I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. We still have a long road ahead of us, but we've given it our all, and there's nothing we can't handle. I don't know why you're kicking me out. Why? Why? What did I do to you? No, say, I thought I was the adult here. All right, I'm just your hired help. I mean, your hired muscle. Come on. I see. Though it is a mere supposition, it would behoove us to proceed with caution. Moreover, I would refrain from discussing the matter with Ryne and Ishnai until we know more. What was that about not lying to me? Or hiding the truth? God, I should never trust you at this rate. Well, I appreciate you telling me, even if it's too soon to be sure. I'm the one watching over her, after all. Classic. The Oracle of Darkness. I pray it is not true. I mean, this is a world kind of overflowing with light to some degree. Do I literally have 3 different quests I have to do before I can get... Very pertinent information. There you are. I'm part of the team investigating with, I mean, highly classified and very, very secret thing. Well done. Well done for that cover. And the fact of the matter is, I've come to inform you about a rather interesting development. It's about the girl who was brought back from the empty. She's finally woken up, you see. So how many people did she hurt? Yalfer, and you, and Ishnai, too. No, Ryonshe's back. We heard the news from Thancred. Is it true? Yes, most certainly it is. Apparently her name is Gaia? She claims to be a free citizen of Yulmore, though she remembers nothing of the events leading up to her attack on Eden. She lost her memory? Oh no! Parts of it, at the very least. We cannot be sure whether she's telling the truth or merely a ruse. Yet, she is yet to display any hostility, which is encouraging, I suppose. And Thancred's with her now, is he? Yes, he's taken to Yulmore mainly to verify what she's told us so far. Quiz the locals, that sort of thing. After that, the plan is to come back here, though they're taking rather longer than I anticipated. I do hope nothing is amiss. I don't know. Thancred has dealt with enough teenage girls to... Not in that way, though. As in raising them. Good grief, are you always this slow? A hot teenage stop. It zip my mind. At this rate, it'll be dark again before we know it. The night sky returning is all well and good, but does that make each and every day... It does make each day seem awfully short. Are you still gonna drag your heels back there? At least act like you got a purpose, would you? She's a goth girl. She's a goth girl. Now look here, I'm not one of your servants. Why don't you try carrying your own luggage? Bird change. Thancred, you're a sight for sore eyes. Yes, even you, Ryne. Gaia and I have just finished shipping her personal effects from Yulmore. I'm glad we could finally meet properly. Can you color it? I thought that when I looked in the shop, you can't. Did you learn anything useful? Other than where she lives, not an awful lot. Her supposed neighbors barely knew the first thing about her. Hell, she barely knows the first thing about her. Her recollection of life in that place is patchy at best. But she definitely has that angsty teenage going look. but she seems convinced she'll regain her memory if she accompanies us. So she invited herself to join our merry band. And her first act, she ordered me to carry her luggage. If you insist on standing around talking, I might suggest finding a place to sit down first. My feet are killing me. Isn't it just a full outfit rather than just, like, arms and all this other stuff? Cat, stop. I don't remember why I looked at it and decided against it. Since I could, you know, mix and match with it. And perhaps should have chosen more sensible footwear. Still, it's not such a bad idea, shall we? But I do like the shoes. Though the next thing I'm saving up for, probably, when I get my next, Twitch payout, is probably actually gonna be getting the Elden Ring DLC, but that's a while since I just got it. We got so many things I want to ask, but you probably don't want to barter with any questions. Yeah, she might not... I don't know. Sometimes teenagers especially like talking about... Actually, everybody likes talking about themselves, it feels like. Amnesia. 'Tis a troubling, though not entirely unexpected. Well, I've given you my early impression of Gaia, but I would be interested in hearing your opinion. Go on and talk to her and see what you make of the situation. I am about to be angstified by a teenager. So you don't remember anything at all? Not attacking us? Not falling unconscious? I wish I could get her hair, though. I want her hair. Can you get her hair in this? Does the mock station include her hair? Because that'd be perfect fitting in with my character. I am easily distracted. Yes. Yes, I am. Easily distracted. Me? Never! I did not realize, like, I think last stream of this, I ended up with a, I also haven't done the Moonfire stuff, which I probably should before it ends, but, I had yellow, blue, pink, and blue rangers in my team while we were doing Syracuse Tower. I'm fucking not joking. And right now it says the Phoenix Riser attire, which is new. Now they kept on shouting different, like, Power Rangers thing. It was amusing at first, but then it got annoying. Sorry, I'm just looking real quick. I'm being distracted. You know, ADHD exists. Do they not have a search function that actually says the women's hairstyle included? Yeah, it's only Mentphilia's, Yustola's, and Liza's. That kind of sucks. That include the hairstyle. You know, if I was doing this privately, I may or may not do that according to rules by which I am not stating aloud. Also, I play Sea of Thieves. Piracy. Anyways, such selective amnesia would rightly raise suspicions on those with a callous mind. Yet if she does speak the truth, it would lend credence to my current hypothesis, though admittedly some further Nah, not now, Yorionshe. She's only just woken up. We don't want to bore her back to sleep. In any case, I would prefer to follow my instincts. They're telling me that Gaia means us no harm. After much deliberation, I thought, well, only right to let her know about our work in the empty is a sign of goodwill. After all, trust works both ways. Yeah, Urianger, how does that feel? Trust works both ways instead of keeping secrets. Even though you made an oath to me that you wouldn't do it ever again. Though I would ask you, Ishnai, not to let your guard down just yet. I mean, I've literally murdered primals that I just happened to create moments before. I mean, you know, the primals of Eden. So it's giving birth to them and then murdering them. So, so you're the one I'm supposed to have fought. Come to think of it, I recognize you from somewhere. Maybe I just have, I do actually have one of those faces. There's not many faces like my, that isn't like mine when it comes to Makote. Or perhaps he just didn't make that much of an impression. But to be honest, I do feel that since meeting you, those hazy memories are coming slightly clearer. Like I said, percussive force amazingly works. Do not take my suggestions. I am not a doctor. It's like remembering fragments of a dream, only to realize those things actually happen. It's as though my whole life has been leading to this. Thou speakest as though thou didst expect these events. I guess you could say that. That's what the fairy tells me. Oh, you have one of those companions too? I can't see it, but it's as though someone's there inside me, and I can hear its voice in my head. Oh, you have a himbo in you too? It whispers to me and lets me use its magic. Magic, I suppose you call it. Not that I know much about that sort of thing. And this power alloweth thee to tear open the fabric betwixt realities that thou mayest call forth an eighth starved denizens of what remaineth of the 13th. I was about to say, Urianger? First of all, like, tone it down a bit. What? What's that supposed to mean? Is this supposed to mean something, or are you just spouting random words at me? Also, her lips seem to be a bit... Or it might be because of the darkness of him. It's thicker than normal. Honestly, I don't know how you put up with this. I only just met him, and his insufferable platter is already giving me a headache. First of all, you'll learn when you're older. Second of all, don't you dare talk bad about Urianger like that. He's a part of my harem. I will defend him, goddammit. I might make fun of his talk to some degree. Gods, I still can't believe I'm having this conversation. And I think I was flying about in a suit of armor, waving a sword. That doesn't sound like me at all. Someone else inside you. Like Minfilia was inside me. The similarities cannot be ignored. Though it's too early to say with certainty, Gaia may well be the Oracle of Darkness. Oh, so you reveal it now? I thought you were being secretive. What's this? Oracle of Darkness? What does this mean? Exactly what it sounds like. It means you may have been right when you said she has something in common with Emek Salk. Those who have been used as a living host by an Ascian have no recollection of events that occurred during their possession. This I know from personal experience. But Gaia seems to have some memories still, even if they're a little hazy. Moreover, she has remained in control of herself, even when she heard the voice within, much like you and Minfilia. And though the Ryne was very much her own person, Minfilia's presence did exert a change upon her outward appearance, granting her hair and eyes a hue akin to that of our dearest departed friend. It is therefore not unthinkable that Gaia's raven locks may be a manifestation of the darkness which has come to reside within her. But I was born like this, and my parents, they both had black hair too. Or at least I think they did. It's been so long since I saw them. I can't remember too well. But enough about me. You're Minfilia, aren't you? The Oracle of Light, who they were hosting in Yulmore. Hosting is a very liberal word. Ryne. That's right, though imprisoning is a better word. They kept me locked away. And I don't know much about Yulmore and its people, or the rest of the world for that matter. I see. And how exactly did the Oracle of Light come to run with the Warrior of Darkness? Well, it all started when... Oh, good. Everybody talking forming. Again. Yes, I still remember the day everyone was raving mad and Lord Valtteri fled. Everything after that is still a blur, though. From what Guy has told me, she wasn't a part of the mob that attacked us, but how was she able to resist Valtteri, control? Mayhap it was the intervention of this fairy, whom she speaketh. How about I summon my fairy to talk to her fairy? As curious as that might be, we still don't know why she appeared out of nowhere as soon as Eden took flight. I'm sorry if you have to go stressful because of me doing this, like, actual talking through this. This is just a guess, but I'd say that fairy reacted to it in some way, for whatever reason, made me go after it. Yeah, that seems like the only explanation. I don't know about you lot, but I've had enough nattering. I'm going back to Eden. Well, I'm doing... Okay. What? But why? The fairy wanted something from Eden, and I know... Knowing what it is will bring me a step closer to discovering exactly what has been living in my head all these years. Gonna say, no, it's just, what's the name of my mind, the sorceress? It's just a sorceress inside your head, you know, controlling you like you did, Edda. Oh, my mind's dying. It starts with a... Besides, my memories aren't going to restore themselves, and certainly not through idle chit-chat. I'm going and that's that. Ultimecia. But also what occurred to me is with, okay, more spilling of, the sorceress Ida Kramer is the other one. I was correct. Gaia, wait! With Guardian Forces, and Eden is a guardian, is the, kind of like Knights of the Round in, Final Fantasy VII, the longest summon in the game, and it's hard to get her. Or them. But Guardian Forces in Final Fantasy VIII, basically take up residence in your mind, and slowly, as you become more connected with them, you start losing memories, older memories that you've had, because they're kind of taking residence up in your mind. Insufferable, utterly insufferable, and yet we can't leave her to her own devices. Come on. I don't think the ship we have can fit us all. I'm just stating that here. Unless somebody is going to sit on somebody else's lap. I vote I sit on Ariange's lap, not just... General statement. Is there some sort of disagreement with Miss Gaia? I need to... Horny spray. It's not like I'm being horny. I mean, like I said, there's only so many seats. Greeting, Ishnai, how may I be of service? Before I go over Ryne's first report. Information regarding the works being carried out in the empty is treated within the utmost secrecy. Say this a little louder in this non-busy marketplace so that anybody, especially with long ears, can probably hear us. Avoid it falling into the wrong hands. We limit the keeping of records and such to the bare minimum. Having said that, it does become rather difficult to keep track of supplies that we delivered, so I have asked Ryne to provide reports on your activities. The first such report will cover the time your arrival in the empty to the battle with Titan. Though, truth be told, I cannot help feeling that this was a rather large burden to place on Ryne. No doubt she has enough on her plate as it is. I know, right? She's a teenager. Larry, I did what you asked. Hey, Haru! Hi! How you doing? Thank you for the raid. What were you playing? Also, Sabby, you're not allowed to loot on the goth girl that shows up. She is a teenager, so just warning ahead of time. Ishnai, just the person I was hoping to see. Oh, is that so? Well, before we go any further, please allow me to take the receipt of the report. I repeat, she's a teenager. Actually, they don't give her exact age, but she says maybe a little older than Ryne, and Ryne is a teenager, so I hope you do not think it impertinent of me to ask, but what business might you have with Ishnai? I am her hired fighting. Very good. Finished a cool horror game with folktale setting, which is... What was the name of it? Actually, I brought something to show you. By the way, this is the reference to Final Fantasy VIII stream. I mean, raid, so if you've played it, you'll get the things. Okay. Hef. Bramble the Mount. Oh, that, yeah. I've heard of that. It's Norwegian, kind of. The Norris mixture. Thank goodness I brought this back from Eden's core. If you look closely, you can see the image of your battles in the empty. Ryne thinks that they're Eden's memories, captured in crystal form. Would you like to see? I haven't played it, though. I only remember seeing the, when it was released, like, a trailer for it was released at one of the games shows. As you gaze into the crystal, visions of previous struggles race through your mind with an intensity that far exceeds anything you've experienced. So this is how you, I guess, unlock extremes. What's wrong? Different from how you remember? How odd. What could cause Eden's memories to become so distorted? Well, they're probably concentrating. Yeah. We've been extracting and realigning enormous amounts of aether. Maybe it affects the crystals in some way. Yeah, like it's a concentration of it. Even so, I expect we find a use for extraordinary artifacts. I think I have an idea, although it shows images of things that never actually happened. Studying them may help us prepare for challenges we face in the future. Speaking of studying, Ryne is giving me a few tomes to read through before our next expedition. I'd best get back to it, but I'll be seeing you again soon. Savage, yeah. Greetings. Ask about Eden. Gaia's vague memories of her life in Yulmore led us to our former residence. Unfortunately, no one in the neighboring area had any recollection of her. It seems she had very little in the way of meaningful contact with those outside her immediate family. Patience! Having said that, Yulmore has undergone considerable upheaval of late, so perhaps with time we may yet uncover some information regarding Gaia's past. I, for one, find it hard to believe someone as outspoken as Gaia would go unnoticed. I know, right? Even for Yulmore, and she strikes me as a particularly, forgive me, I very nearly spoke out of turn. Abrasive is a light way of putting it, I guess. Ah, okay. Might have to run back to buy some purple carrot juice while we're waiting for the... She can't have gone far, especially not in those heels. I beg to differ. I could walk amazing distances in heels and sand. Get away from me! I mean, oh my god. Gaia! Seems I have no choice. Happy, Sabby? I think he made it angrier. Or is that a timer thing and it's gonna blow up? What am I? A most fascinating application of ethereal manipulation. The destructive blast did manifest a significant span of time after initial casting. With sufficient mastery of such a technique, a second spell could be made to smite the target at precisely the same moment. While it would demand exceptional ethereal control, its tactical potential could not be denied. So, AoE. Powers befitting the Orghole darkness. When you fought Gaia, she opened void gates, yes? Back in the source, such portals of those were all too common, but tearing open the veil between the 1st and the 13th is a different matter entirely. We should be thankful she's not of a mind to turn the power against us, for now. I mean, I already, beat her up first. I'm not entirely sure what I just witnessed, but I'm glad she's unharmed. Same. I want her hair. Why do some characters get the most awesome hair that you cannot have in your game? Why? What are y'all gaping at? I don't mean to stare, but it's not every day I see magic like that. So this is the power of the fairy you spoke of. See that hair? I want it for my character. Ever since I was a child, it whispered to me, telling me what to do. That's how I came to use its powers. But there are things I can't explain. Holes ripped in thin air, terrifying creatures crawling out, ghastly-looking blades and armor appearing out of nowhere. But worst of all is the dark energy that comes from inside. This power, it feels as though it's only flowing through me, and never truly mine. And even when it answers my call, it always takes a few moments for the spells to work. Yeah, Sabby. So in some area, you don't have control over the magic. Well, like I said, they say she's seems a few years, about her age or a few years older than Ryne, and Ryne is still a teenager, so. Well, it's not as though I've ever tried to control it. I haven't made a habit of fighting wild beasts. Well, also Yulmore means that she couldn't leave to do it much. Unfortunately, it's part and parcel of traveling through, Amareg. And while I understand you want answers, you're not going to find them unprepared as you are, but if your heart is set on this, then we'll help you. Like I said, I want her hair. Ah! Or Ryne's hair. I like the Ryne's hair, too. You seriously consider taking a Right. Think about what you're saying. You're seriously considering taking Gaia to see Eden. I mean, you've already beaten her up once. Take that however you will. There's no telling what you might happen if she loses control again, so the safest option for her is to stay away until our work is done. Somewhere we can keep an eye on her. You must realize, it's for her own good. For the greater good. I must concur with Thancred's assessment. At present, we know precious little of Gaia's origin, and less still of her powers. You know what happens when you tell a teenager that they can't go somewhere, right? If she is indeed the Oracle of Darkness, her presence may complicate a task already fraught with peril, placing our mission and our own well-being in jeopardy. In full knowledge of the risk, does thou still wish to pursue this course? No pressure, though. I do. It wasn't so long ago I was living in isolation, being held against my will. Maybe the people keeping an eye on me thought that was for my own good, too. But if we shut Gaia away for our own convenience, we are no better than Valkyrie or Rajit. Sweetie, we're not doing this forever for her entire life. Rest of her life. We're just doing it until we're... I've learned that when someone is in need, we must reach out a helping hand, not to push them away. This is... Keeping her safe is a helping hand. And going off and seeing if we can find any more information while she stays safe is also doing a helping hand. That's what I do as the main protagonist. I usually they send me off directionally to go do stuff like this. Now it's my turn to do for Gaia what you've all done for me. Okay, fine. Let's have your growing up arc. Even knowing the dangers that lie ahead, I will not choose the easy way out. That's not the easiest. It's not easy either way. It's... This is the path I've chosen. Is that good enough for you? No! Your art! Can't say fairer than that. How about you or your son? No, that's not an argument. That's not a correct argument. How dare you? I've had to do debates. I mean, I wasn't in a debate, but I mean, the civics class I was a part of did official had the class, except for me because I was sick all the time and I was voted out of my group because of it. It's actually, there's a competition with debating. I'm actually happy I got voted out, because I don't think I could have, with my autism, because they hadn't diagnosed me at the time either, couldn't have probably kept up with the debate, but doing debate correctly kind of thing, because it was for points and scores and all this other stuff. And my mind can't think quick enough on its feet. And usually you can think quite quickly when I'm reading this. This is not an argument. This is no argument. This is absolutely no argument whatsoever towards the problems. This is I'm putting my personal feelings ahead of making a rational argument. This has nothing to do with you, Ryne, in the sense of your past or whatever. We're talking about the here and now. And the safety involved in that. Yeah, I am sick all the time. I especially had a weaker immune system when I was younger. And I know that sometimes you can make impassionate pleas that it's fine sometimes to be irrational with your pleas, but this is not mean you're sick as in you're cool. Oh, thanks. If the light of thy spirit does burn bright. Mine apologies, my dear, but we felt it necessary to test thy resolve. That wasn't testing resolve. This is kind of, I repeat, this is kind of like an argument that a teenager would make. And then we're acquiescing it to it rather than, that wasn't a challenge at all. Feel necessary to test thy resolve, let it be suffice to say thou is left no root for doubt. For what it's worth, Ryne, I never doubted you, but make no mistake. The danger that Urianger and I spoke of is all too real. If you're prepared to go through with this, they'll be right there beside you. I mean, that's a better way of fine, let's do this kind of thing. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Because I guess the whole thing of teenagers gotta learn. Teenagers gotta learn about thinking through what they're pleading. Exactly. I couldn't care less who I travel with, but if we're going to go, then let's get going already. There's supposed to be some sort of craft waiting at the Southern Watchtower, yes? Come along then, and don't follow behind. Already still ordering us around. Smooth as butter. I guess. Gonna be right back. Just party check when you're used. Okay. I'm sorry I'm... Sorry I'm stressed that I'm like... doing a kind of lecture. I don't... when it comes down to it, me as an autistic person shouldn't completely understand this correctly, but it's just I've read a lot of books trying to understand this kind of stuff. And I know that doesn't apply to every situation, but it's just trying to understand people better. And how to interact with people better, kind of thing. Why couldn't you leave this craft in Nordsok instead of all the way out here? Don't bother explaining. Whatever the reason, I'm sure it's something frightfully uninteresting. Let's be about it then, shall we? I mean, you could, connect with the Aetheryte in there so you don't have to walk as far. Though our circumstances hath changed, our mission is most assuredly hath not. Restored life to the empty remaineth our primary objective. Away with the fairy. Spirited Away, you mean? You should have named it Spirited Away. Come on. Away with the fairy. Of course, I'm worried about what may happen when Gaia gets close to Eden. We'll keep a close eye on her and make sure she's alright. Sure. Might be a tight squeeze with the 5 of us, but we'll manage. Like I said, I'm more than willing to sit on, either yours or Urianger's lap. Perhaps Urianger can sit on top of our luggage. No! Now, the fact that they didn't, show us the cutscene of that makes me very unhappy. As usual, we should keep our sojourn as brief as possible. Let's tend to the business quickly. Everything seems fine here, as far as I can tell. As for Gaia, she hasn't started attacking anything yet, so I'll take that as a good sign. I had hoped that during our absence, the rebalancing of ambient aether might work to further change. Alas, it was not to be. I mean, we're trying to do something that normally, like, regrowth takes a few years at most. I mean, there should be initial... Well, you didn't even plant seeds to know whether or not. So there it is. I'm talking about grass seeds. I'm not talking about any kind of seeds. Because that's the basic beginning starts the thing. And also, where we're coming from is technically coming from the desert. So, I guess, get some cacti seeds or whatever, fruit. Eden, where I'll find the answers I seek. The bringer of the flood, the first sin eater. Would it lead me to my past or my future? Is that her inner thoughts? What awaited the path ahead, I couldn't say, but I have no choice but to take the first step. We are hearing her inner narrator. Cool. That's Eden. The thing that's we're gonna fight in. It's a ship. That's kind of based on Eden, the final strongest summon in Final Fantasy VIII. This entire raid is you know, based on Final Fantasy VIII. I know what it's like. It was the same for me. But I was lucky because Thancred freed me from Yulmore. I had a chance to see the world. More importantly, though, I met all kinds of people, and they taught me not to live in another's shadow, but to be myself. Yeah, weird. I might need to talk to your internet provider about that. Maybe one day you'll have that chance too. You said your piece, have you? One day? What's that supposed to mean? I don't know how the Great Oracle of Light sees such things. But for someone like me who only knows life in Yulmore, there was no tomorrow. There was no future. Only the here and now. And while we waste time on these meaningless conversations, I feel each moment of my life slipping away. Time won't wait. Not for me and not for anyone. I don't know how much longer I can hold on to who I am. I'm sorry, Gaia. Gaia? Huff. Probably not even my real name. It isn't? That's what Thancred... When Thancred asked my name, I couldn't remember. That's when the fairy whispered to me, Gaia. But if you grew up in Yulmore, surely someone there must know who you are. Everyone I once knew had either disappeared or been turned into sin eaters. Those whose faces and names I still remember. That is, in the end, we found not a single person who so much as recognized me. As far as I can recall, I've never been much of a sociable person. We could tell. But still. Well, even if it's not your real name, I think Gaia sounds lovely. If you're happy with it, then that's what I'll call you. And if you're willing, instead of Oracle of Light, please call me Ryne. It's not the name I was born with. That's long forgotten now. But the one the people whom I consider family gave to me. Is that so? Well, as much as I'd love to keep up this chatting, there's something that bothers me. I thought the Fae would have reacted to Eden in some way, but so far, nothing whatsoever. From what I gather, it wasn't until Eden started moving that I appeared out of the blue. Perhaps if you were actually trying to fly it somewhere, the fairy might break its silence. If you got elements to restore or whatever it is, why don't you hurry up and get it over with? I want your ladyship. My sarcasm. Aye, it may be best to resign yourselves to her mannerism. No, that was me being sarcastic and coy. A good thing we're not wholly unfamiliar with attending nobility given a certain company in the Scions. Of whom dost thou speak, I wonder? Alright, everyone. I think we talked long enough. If you're ready, let's make our way to Eden. I mean, I can start with the Sultana, and we could... Alright, thank you for joining, Sabi. I hope the drawing goes well. I hope your isometric world works out well. Ryan's little chat with Gaia reminded me that for all our obvious differences, there are things we have in common. Oh, that's diagrams, not real drawing. Ah. All that fun jazz. For all our obvious differences, there are things we have in common. I too grew up not knowing who my parents were. The day Louis Swall gave me the surname Walters was one I'll never forget. Yet years later, it was under rather more desperate circumstances I gave a certain young girl the name Ophelia. Little did I know that it would end up crossing time and space, taking on meaning I could never foresee. Then it came to be passed on to one girl after another, binding them to a fate not their own. But in a sense, it may be said that I chose not only one, but two names for Ryne. But by whatever name she is called, she is truly her own person now. And as Central, you gave Mintfilia her original name? What was her original name before she was Mintfilia? Like, not Ryne, but the original one. I believe the name itself... as central to our lives names are, I don't believe it's the name itself, but the bond it symbolizes most important. My memories, I think they're slowly coming back to me. My mother and father would constantly blather on about how the flood of light could return to end the world when we least expect it, and that we should live each day as though it was our last. They would often say, I wish this moment would last forever. That was until they were selected for ascension by Lord Valthree, and were never seen again. Since I had no other relatives or any close friends to speak of, I was left alone in the world. A past like that hardly seems worth remembering, does it? Well, like I said, you have the now and the future. I've done some reading about the lands swallowed by the flood, but it's no easy task to find locations with a dominant element. I'm glad we have Irianche to point us in the right direction. And welcome back, Stressful. Following the initial changes wrought by the release of water and earth, the empty has displayed no further signs of alteration. And now we're gonna go after, Ranma, because I could see from the blood and lightning idea. Stability, some may call this be satisfied, but truth is passivity. A passivity stemming from the light's ever-pervasive presence. If we are to break the status quo, we must needs employ a catalyst, a third element that shall rouse and stabilize those unleashed energies in activity. Therefore, I propose lightning! So, the primal would be Ranma, right? Yes, from what I've heard, he's a guardian of the forest and not particularly keen on a conflict. But you've actually fought him, haven't you? And killed him a few times. I spent most of the time chasing after orbs with varying degrees of success. That's the best way to put it. I wonder if the Selfs had anything to do with that. I heard they can be quite mischievous, like the pixies of Ilmag. I'm glad to see our lessons have paid off. Our lessons? I thought you always fell asleep during your Rianges. Well, it's like you say, if we want to call forth an accurate representation of the primal, I should picture it in my mind as clearly as possible. At the very least, it's worth a try. But the rest is up to you, Ishnai. And I will make it 10 times worse because I hate myself, obviously. In order for this to work, we need to actually fly somewhere, yes? So rather than sitting in one spot while you exchange antidotes, why don't you get this blessed thing moving first? One must admit, the suggestion is not without merit. Ryne, I might suggest that Ganoff Thunder Plains is our next location. These plains, as it writ, were perpetually blanketed in storm clouds. Ah, say, I wonder. Anyways, the only source of illumination was its ceaseless barrage of lightning. The ambient aether that lingereth there shall provide ideal conditioning for the summoning. Then that's where we're heading. Come, Eden, we've got a job to do. It should be good a spot as any. Alright, Ishnai, whenever you're ready. You keep saying whenever you're ready, and I'm never fucking ready. I'm just stumbling into everything. Memories of Rama flash in your mind. Fulmination now available. Alright. Gaia. I don't think I've ever been anywhere like this before. I'm not sure I'd want to come back. Too dreary for my liking. It would be nice if our destination is a little cheerier, I suppose. Calm your mind. Think of nothing. Oh no. But I suppose I can't exactly choose if I want answers. Even if Ryne has done a good job of memorizing my description of Ramuh, it'll likely make little difference of how he manifests. After all, it's your memories that shape the summoning, not hers. Like I said, apparently I like to torture myself. The area is saturated with lightning-based aether. This I am able to confirm. In addition to the primal, be thou weary of stray bolts that may occur as a result of our activity, of course. All the lightning that's fallen over the years, have left the ground covered in craters. But don't worry, Eden will give you some more even ground to stand on. So, remove everything from my mind. Think of nothing. I don't think you understand how ADHD works. When you say think of nothing, I will literally have the text nothing crawling through my brain. Sweets, anything else? For a second, it said 30 minutes. I'm like sitting here going, fuck no. Boobs. I'm quite sure Ramu will not have boobs. Unless somebody had a, crossing of, mental things. Oh, fuck. I queued as a DPS. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry! By the way, I have a Japanese, English, German, French. So if we end up with people who don't speak English, at least I can follow them. Actually, I've gotten some, when I'm like at 4, 5 in the morning. I got a few Japanese people. Good thing, it started up before I could get over here. Oh, well. And I think I had somebody from South Korea, but I don't know if they'd be on the Japanese side or anything, even though... Uh, uh, okay. Um, okay. Good to know. Apparently you're supposed to get surge protection? I feel like I should move. stratosphere. Is it gonna, I would say it's gonna be the highest one first, kind of thing. Okay. I did not. I. Oops. Oops! I don't speak Portuguese. Nice. So that thing was created based on your memories? Maybe there's a way we could use Eden to summon the fairy like that. I had my eye on Gaia the entire time you're fighting Ramu, and besides the sort of reaction you might expect from someone watching you take a half-man, half-flying horse Thunder God, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. The fact that Eden itself also shows no sign of being affected by her presence can only be a good thing, but I'd understand if Gaia herself were more than a little disappointed if she's nowhere closer to the answer she seeks. Once again, 'twas a most superlative display of thy sense. Now I could not help but not fail but notice that body. Did it belong to the Ixon, a fabled equine embodiment of lightning? Has thou perchance encountered the beast? I have heard of Odin. I haven't encountered him in this character. I thought I was prepared to be prepared to expect anything, but I didn't expect Ramu to turn out quite like that. Parents aside, he is quite aggressive as well. The Sylphs believe in him as a kindly guardian clearly makes a difference to his temperament. Anyways, no, you know how you curse somebody? You look at them and say, I hope you live in interesting times. And if you get that reference, good for you. Anyways, I'm just glad it's over. Let's go back to camp and see if anything's changed. See, the dildo has different colors to it. Well, interesting times is not exciting times. I'll have the crystal's a different color, but apart from that, it all looks the same. I don't know, it seems to be... There's a bit more patches on the ground that are less white. It may look the same eye, but it feels different. The air's grown slightly more humid, as it does before rain. I have to say, I'm not exactly prepared for wet weather. If Eden can control the elements and so on, can't you tell it to send these clouds somewhere else? What, in all the fucking things you packed, you didn't have anything prepared for wet weather? Speaking of which, I'm not very impressed by the so-called powers. If changing yellow crystals to purple is the extent of its abilities, it's no surprise the fairy didn't bother showing up. I'm hoping that whatever's next is more worthwhile. Rather than influence the ground beneath our feet, Eden has brought the change to the firmament above. Weather. I mean, you missed Apocalypse us making a joke that they found the G spot since the crystal, the first one was the water crystal, and gushing everywhere. Rather than influencing the water, okay. It is a clear, more dynamic element is required for natural cycle of precipitation and evaporation to be complete. I know, right? So I need a movement. What, would wind do the trick? Most certainly. It seems we have a plan. Well, it's not as bad as if you look at, the father from Genshin. Now that could actually absolutely be piercing weapons. It seems we have a plan. Let's not dwell on it too much on the effects of each individual element. Instead, focus on seeing them all restored. Because they're thigh-high boots? The power of an oracle, not to be sniffed at, it seems. It's 2Bs after all. It actually makes your butt rounder in the game. All my life, you were a constant companion, your voice ever seeping into my mind. Why then, of all times, did you abandon me? That's the reason why a lot of people use it, too. Deaf to even the crashing of thunder. Or were you simply bidding your time? Of course it did! Because we are horny! One plan fails to achieve the desired effect, so you move on to the next with minimal brooding and prattling. It seems like we're finally learning. I'm not sure what I was expecting to see after restoring the lightning element, but I did feel a little disheartened. Still, as Thancred and Urianshe say, there are changes taking place, even if they're not immediately obvious. As much as I've bemoaned Urianshe's long-winded explanations, we'd be lost without him taking care of all the ethereal science and whatnot. Obviously, I'm quite sparing with my praise, as I don't want it to go to his head. The butt was clipping everywhere. Here we set out once more. Might I ask if thou art familiar with the process of which rain is made of? Yes, condensation. You know, I've watched the Magic School Bus episode a few times. I suppose so. Though I don't think Magic School Bus exists in this world, so... Though thou shalt have the difficulty understanding the explanation to come. The restoration of the first element, the empty was once more blessed with the most essential ingredient to the cycle of precipitation, water. Yes, we found the G-spot. Well done to all of us. Celebrate. Under normal circumstances, the heat extent in the atmosphere would cause the water to evaporate from the land's surface. It's as invisible vapor. I don't know, sometimes when it gets really hot, it actually is visible. Is borne by the wind high up into the firmament, where it is thus condensed as clouds before descending once more, returning to the land in the form of vapor. As somebody who for a while wanted to be a meteorologist, that is a very vague way of putting it. But okay, I mean, we don't need to go into specifics, because, you know, most people aren't reading this. It seems we need wind aspect aether to create more clouds, and it hasn't rained yet, meaning there aren't enough. And before that, we need fire aspect aether to make the water evaporate. It seems to me there's not much good without the other. Why don't you draw out both elements together? Bitch, you're not the one fighting it! You're suggesting Ishnai fight two deiformed entities. Each one as deadly as Ramu at the same time. Do you realize how absurd that is? Bring it! I have joy of being absolutely bodied by things. Yet tis another notion that doth warrant further consideration. I mean, lightning technically is something for warmth. Oh, you can't be serious. Cast your minds, if you will, to the element wheel that I did show you in the bookman's shelves. Good that my character remembers, because I sure as hell don't. Giveth rise to lightning, whose spark does produce fire. Yeah, and then we also, probably the last one will be ice. I just realized something. That we're gonna be fighting Shiva. Does she step on us too? Please? I mean, ahem. By restoring both wind and fire in tandem, we may maintain the balance between these dynamic elemental forces. The ensuing battle shall indubitably present an ordeal unlike any Ishnai has ever faced. I don't know. The thing against Emek Selk was pretty goddamn strange. I believe, however, that the path does lead to the prize we seek. Oh, perhaps it's not so absurd after all, eh, Thancred? Once again, bitch, you're not the one that has to face off against her. I mean, them. I wouldn't dream of questioning Yorionshe's grasp of science behind it, but my concern is the burden that it would place on not only Ishnai, but Ryne as well. What do you both make of the plan? Why are you asking me? This is still gonna happen. If Yorionshe thinks it'll work, I'm willing to give it a try. I like violence. That is my response. As long as you know what you're letting yourselves in for, you're gonna need all the strength you can get. So let's see you get plenty of rest. What's that word, rest? Gaia! Say, yeah, we get to have some character building moments. Woo! Whoa, whoa. If Gaia's mad that we aren't, doing this as soon as possible, bitch ain't the one fighting. I have selected a location in which the wind and fire aspects aether lies dormant. Dormant! Though I shall wait until Ryne has completed her preparations ere I dispense with the particulars. I'd rather Ryne keep her mind on work here rather than worry about Gaia. Mind you, it might be better for them to clear the air before you go any further. What do they need to clear the air about? I'm sorry, my autistic mind cannot figure that out. What is clearing the air? What do they have? What are they beefing about? I can't stand all this waiting around. Having grown up in Yulmore, I'm used to only living for the moment. We never had any reason to concern ourselves with later, tomorrow, and the future, and so on. Those things simply didn't matter. But after Lord Valthree disappeared and the night returned, everyone in Yulmore started thinking differently. I was only there for a short time with Thancred, and I couldn't believe how much it changed. It was almost as though under Lord Valthree's rule, I mean, they were eating their own people and under his control. Time had stopped moving altogether, and when it ended, life went back to how it was supposed to have been. They realized they had their whole lives ahead of them to make plans and look forward to a new day. It feels I'm the only one who can't move on. And it's as if I'm stuck in the past. And what's worse, I can barely remember any of it. Even so, I can't stand the way they act as though the past never happened, choosing to forget it all. Who's choosing to forget it all? I thought you were the one. My sweet teenager. I forgot you're a teenager. That you will contradict yourself. Actually, most people will contradict themselves. You were first bitching about everybody not living in the now, and now you're bitching about people forgetting the past and choosing to. I know most people have cognitive dissonance, but I feel like calling you out now on it so you can learn to accept your shortcomings on that matter. It'll do you good in the future as a teenager. Like she could even hear me. It seems reluctant to air her concerns. Would you rally her spirits so she'd be more willing to talk? Yeah, rally. The emote of rally would make anybody scared. Also, that's not how you do a fist. That is a limp-wristed fist that would absolutely break your wrist if you tried throwing it. As somebody who took karate. Yes, you're right. There's no use in trying to pilot Eden while I've got other things on my mind. It's about Gaia, you see. The truth is, apart from Alice and Alphino, I hardly know anyone my own age. Yes, fist. As in violence. I thought that I should make an effort to be nice to Gaia, but, well, you see how she is around me. Ryne? She's taking out her own frustrations on other people. She's being abrasive because... Think about being in her situation. I know, yeah. Eden looks so cool back there. I think what you need is patience with her. And if it doesn't work out, fine. You can't be friends with everybody. Except me. I'm Warrior of Light. And Darkness. I understand she's got her own problems to deal with, but I thought that maybe I could help her in some way. Sometimes help for friends is just being there. It doesn't have to be more special. It doesn't have to be like, you know, those Saturday morning cartoons or anything. Sometimes just being there is enough. It's not my place to intrude, and I should probably just leave her be until we finish restoring the elements. After all, that's more important, isn't it? True. Sometimes help, yes. But I know that the whole thing of pushing somebody to talk if they don't want to sometimes helps, and all this other stuff. But at the same time, pushing somebody to talk that doesn't want to talk can sometimes push them away. And I don't know where the point that line is, so I just cause problems if I try and push it. So I just leave it alone, and people will get mad at me sometimes that I didn't press them on it, but it's like I don't care, but I care. I care enough that you'll come to me when you're ready. Let's talk about Gaia while you're concentrated on the task at hand. That's what I would have said once upon a time. It seems to me that you're the one best qualified to take care of this little problem. I know she can be a bit prickly, to put it mildly, but if anyone can get through to her, it's you. I'll say, yes, let's put the two socially inept teenagers who were basically in prison to some degree their entire lives to try and work things out together. Maybe I should, like, mediate here? Now that I think about it, though we've only known her for a short while, we're all she's got, and I think she realizes that. And just let her know that she's not alone, and she'll come around eventually. I mean, didn't she already say about letting her? Didn't we already have this conversation about letting her know that we're around? Should she that she doesn't have to walk this alone and all this other stuff? That's the first thing Ryne said to her when we got to the MD. Night, Sabby. Thank you for joining. Thancred certainly has the gift of gab, except when he doesn't. He'll know what to say. Though you're not trying to seduce her. I'm afraid that since arriving in the first, I've had little time to mingle with any of the locals, and I haven't a clue what young women like Gaia would be interested in. Surviving? Ah, that's giving me an idea. I'll start some small talk and go from there. Do you know how to small talk? You start with, oh, how's the weather doing? I'm halfway joking on that. I'm not good at small talk. If I talk, it's in-depth and too much information, and people tend to hate it. If I'm trying to make conversation. Actually, since before she woke up, I've been asking Lena what's popular in the Crystarium. I thought it might be nice to show Gaia around the place one day, you see? So that's what you were doing. I suppose it makes for a nice change of pace from all that studying. Yeah, I actually have a list in my mind of conversational pieces for small talk to make it sure that it is and remains small talk. God. Things I have to do with an autistic person with socializing. I must commend thee on the choice of confidant. The captain's powers of observation maketh her a veritable font of wisdom concerning the behavior of the Crystarium's citizenry. Yes, and now it's time to put that knowledge to good use. Don't let the fear of rejection hold you back. Persistence is the key, except not too much persistence. You have to find that balancing line. Speaking from experience by any chance? Whatever do you mean? Lesson learned from days spent in pursuit of ladies fair, one might suspect. Gah, you couldn't help yourself, could you? That's alright, Thancred. Your secret's safe with me, except it's a secret everybody knows. Ahem. May I remind you that the reason we are here is to create a better future for everyone in the first, which includes you and Gaia. While it may not be in the same scale as bringing life back to the empty, if you're able to befriend her, that will be another way of contributing to a brighter tomorrow. So go on, she's waiting for you. By the way, suggestions for small talk. Alright, wish me luck. I keep a general perusal of new and interesting shops that open up in the area that people might. Ready to approach the deciding the unapproachable Gaia. You have the best observed the conversation within earshot. Well, good that I am a cat that can, you know, hear at a distance. Of course, the rule, one of the rules is not politics. Never politics. How dare you? Weather might be a thing. If you see interesting construction that's happening on your way to wherever you're going, mention about that, and then worry about how long it might take and how long it will take to, you know, stop, you know, probably causing problems. And Yes, I repeat, I have a list of things in my mind. And then, sometimes people are kind of in the movies. I'm not, but I can get a general idea of what's currently out and popular. Yeah, I actually make sure to keep up a list in my mind of perusing to keep up with that kind of stuff so I could have small talk. Suppose that's when Ryne and I face our problems together. It's truly like we're family, or at least I would imagine it would be like. I suppose we both grew up without our birth parents to guide us, but I think we turned out rather well given the circumstances. I wonder if this is the kind of bond that MILF shares with Midphilia. Thancred may have taken on the role of Ryne's surrogate father, but I have of late become something of a mentor to her, though largely instilling what knowledge I can of the ethereal sciences. A more attentive student thou shalt seldom find. If I go with whatever's on my mind, it stops sometimes being small talk. And the whole point of small talk is that it can be interrupted. She looks like she's got on her mind. Maybe it's no such a good time. Rather than... Instead of bothering me when I'm obviously not in the mood to talk, why don't you go get back to work? I'm supposed to be resting. But... Because usually if I'm really into a topic, I don't particularly let the topic go. And I will circle back into that topic. What the fuck am I doing? I'm supposed to be resting, not warming up. What do you want? Nothing. Really, it can wait till later. For all we know, there might not even be a later. You got something to say, hurry up and spit it out. Is everything alright? Not feeling strange from being around Eden or anything? Is that what you came here to talk about? No, she's just trying to break the ice. To show that she cares. Actually, I wanted to ask you... Would you like to go and have coffee biscuits with me? A date! I ship. What? Coffee biscuits. They serve the second serving on Crystarium. Everyone's talking about them, so I thought maybe once we'd finished our work here, you and I can go together. So, yes, it does sound homo. Let's do it, yeah. Let me get this straight. You came here to talk to me about biscuits? Yes, they're light crispy. When you dip them in the coffee, they go all nice. It's good. I don't do that dipping thing. The only reason why you're even interested in that place in the first is because everyone is doing it. Can't you think for yourself? Angsty. I do what I want when I want. After all, the world could end at any moment. That's not going to happen. Not if I have anything to do with it. Also, just because everybody else is doing it doesn't make that it's a bad thing exactly. It could be an experience you're missing out on. However, with that being said, I will not play Fortnite. You will not get me to play that goddamn game. Listen, Gaia, I understand what you're going through. Believe me, I do. But you mustn't lose hope. A new day will come, then another, and another. Life's not so bad if you give it a chance, you'll see. Shut up! You think you know me? Even I don't know who I am. Well, to be fair, even I don't know who I am, and I'm speaking from a VTuber's, the normal human experience, not a... You as a 3D model. Until I find the truth, I'll never be free. You know you're making that limitation on yourself, sweetie. Then we'll find it together. I've seen enough pain, enough loss, and I don't want to see it anymore. And that includes you, Gaia. Why do you care so much about other people? What have they ever done for you? I'm sure you haven't forgotten how Yomorians treated you and the precious Oracle of Light, like a bird in a cage. And yet you act as though none of that never happened. So forgiving, so selfless. Okay. Just because you've forgiven other people for their actions against you doesn't mean you forget what their actions are against you. Selfless is forgetting after forgiving. You and your family brought back the night sky, and you finally had a chance to lead a normal life. But instead you're flying around in a giant sin-eater, trying to turn a barren wasteland into some sort of paradise. And for what? I may not remember much of my past, but I'm fairly certain I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Out of morbid curiosity, I'll see it through to the end. But if you think that makes us friends, you are very much mistaken. Alright, Sundere. Gaia! I surmised that to keep Gaia waiting over long would only agitate her further. The thing is, if she doesn't accept you for who you are, don't force her to. Also, it isn't your place to please everybody. And if you're gonna waste your energy on helping other people, spend it wisely. I say as, like I said, cognitive dissonance and absolutely hypocritical of me. 10 out of 10 for me. I at least recognize it. Ryne's looking a bit down in the doldrums, but you let me worry about that. We can't allow anything to interfere with whatever's goes on in your mind when summoning those primals. I think we both rested for long enough. Let's get started, shall we? I hope it goes all according to plan. It's fine. I'm here. It may not go exactly to plan, but everything will be alright in the end. Not you as well. Look, I've had enough small talk to last me a lifetime. So don't even bother. I believe you have a job to do, yes? Then be quick about it. This isn't small talk, sweetie. If you could learn the difference between the two, maybe you might have interesting conversations. Maybe if you go into conversations with already a preconceived notion, that ruins the conversation, like a predestined prophecy of the conversation going bad. To defeat the deiformed manifestations of both wind and fire shall require every last mood of thy strength. Thou hast triumphed over such beings in previous encounters, should be at the forefront of thy mind as we commence the summoning. Where are we going this time, Arioshe? The place called Ashfall does satisfy our requirements, I believe. The fable speak of travelers sweltering beneath the blazing heat of the midday sun, while after nightfall, slicing winds did tear at their cloaks. I see. Hopefully it won't be quite that bad when I draw out the elements. You're not the one facing them, sweetie. Ryne, my dear, may I remind thee to focus is not the same as to deny other thoughts? Whatsoever is it that troubles thee, that would be better for acknowledging it. Yes, you're right, of course. It's Gaia I'm worried about. We couldn't fucking tell! That is well. May thy concern for her lend thy more strength. Summons just keep getting hotter. I know. Yeah, lend thee more strength, but don't make the, primals any fucking stronger. This time I'll draw out the wind and fire in equal measure. Ishnai, this is the only chance we'll get at this, so make it count. Memories of Garuda and infinite rage fill your mind. Will this Garuda be sexier? Actually, sexy at all. But I don't quite find the Garuda in the... We'll see. Alright, let's see the names. My studies indicate that no equivalent of Garuda's servants, the Ixal, are present here on the first. My hypothesis is that the reason can perhaps wait another time. They all died in the flood? If we summon 2 primals at once, maybe they'll fight each other. Ha! 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 Not happening. That way you'll need to be the one left standing. But I suppose it defeats the purpose if you don't take them both down at the same time. Oh god. Seriously? How long has it been since our encounter with Infrared and Amaja's followers? 2 months, give or take, with how long I've been playing this. Wonder what sort of hellish beast you've conjured up this time. Well, I am in healer mode. Let me real quickly jump to the Crystarium so I can buy purple carrot juice. I know it's not much, but something is better than nothing. Except this, whatever the something is bad, then it's better to be nothing. Yeah, purple carrot juice. Spell skied. He skied. Oh, I did the wrong thing. I pulled all the wrong one down there. It was for the steed, but I must have speed. I must have read it wrong when I pulled it down there. I just need something that's good for I forgot where. Sure. I'll need to clear out stuff for. Now, why am I keeping these? Some of these things. Like, I was keeping the. In case I needed it for, might as well sell those as well. I'm keeping these because I need these for, whatchamacallit. I'm just, a lot of these I'm collecting up just to sell them in bulk. Oh, goodness. Thanks on that, hun. Goodness. I need to rearrange things. Baked egg. Plants. Woo! Something I should have on my, want a diet thing. Ha, 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 ha. Quips, jokes. Just gonna put these in here for now. Probably gang some more again. Go ahead and put it to duty for this. Your I'll just remember to use. You're right, like you're gonna. Go ahead and nom nom that. Less than 5 minutes. Woo! What am I doing? Wrong thing. Over there. Okay, I have to fix a lot of things in here. Ah. Less than 5 minutes. Actually, I'm sorry if you need to go at any time. That's completely understandable. That cleared up so much space. Yeah. If you need to go to sleep, I completely understand, especially after this one. All right. This looks fun. Sulfur everywhere. She has less boobs. I am unhappy. Oh, wait. Now I can see them. They're just hidden by the wings. Yes, I talk about the important stuff. Oh, I did not notice that. Yeah, fuck. Holy fuck. Aye! Yay, 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 yay! Fuck. What kind of name is that? That's an awesome name, but I mean, fuck. I walked into that. I absolutely fucking walked into that. Good me. Good me. 10 out of 10. Oh my god. Fuck. Sorry, I'm not breathing. Breathing is an important thing. I also might need to, you know. Say, might need to, you know, fix my goddamn stuff. Whichever one you feel comfortable with doing this. Combining the contrasting powers to different primals, that seems an awful lot like the Ultima weapon. In any case, I'm pleased to see that you're as successful here as you were at the Praetorium. Yeah, I kicked your ass many times at the Praetorium. That two ferocious beings should meld into one single entity is frightening indeed. Further research must needs be performed to fully comprehend this unexpected phenom. For a moment, I thought Ryne had lost control over the Aether. Luckily, we managed to avoid any major disasters, from what I can tell. Like I said, it's really according to you which one you feel. That was incredible. I never imagined they would fuse together like that, but you took them down all the same. I kinda... I suppose the main thing is that we're now two elements closer to restoring the Aether of the Empty. Let's go and see what differences is made. Like I said, Dildo has changed colors. It's a special one. Multicolored. It actually worked, just like Yorianche said it would. Bad Dragon, we've been having references to that the entire time. Everything we could have hoped for. Indeed, our endeavors have been repaid manifold. Wonder what will happen when we restore ice. Is there just one more after this, right? Is, something the matter? One more element, and then what? We'll see. You'll have achieved the impossible, while I'm still be nothing. No memory, no past, no family, nothing. I mean, the world has moved on and left me behind. Because you aren't moving with us! Anyone who ever knew me is either dead or gone. Welcome back, Key! So Almighty Eden, can you mend this broken world but you can't restore one girl's memories? Give me my life back, damn you! I still hunger. Ah! Extinguish the accursed light. Awaken our true power. Enough riddles! Tell me who I am! You are... I am... Gaia. Gaia. Is that the name of the actual ship, though? Instead of Eden? Gaia, what's wrong? Reclaim your memories. Fulfill your destiny. Have Ishnai beat you some more. I don't understand. Gaia, can you hear me? Get away from me! You aren't really that close. I'd say get away from me if you like we were touching her, but we weren't. Pant. Pant. Amidst the sound of falling rain, your voice called from within. Long after the rain passed, your voice echoed on. You mean the one in Leeway? Poor Gaia, if the fairy lives inside her, why would it let her suffer like this? I wish there was something we could do to help. Just get it over with, would you? Pray beyond thy guard, my friend. Gaia may yet relinquish control of the voice within. Yeah, I'm gonna watch the update program after I finish streaming. Thinker's looking particularly chipper despite the... Well, the downpour is precisely the result we hoped for. The novelty of standing outside in the rain does wear off rather quickly. I don't know. I really like, you know, standing in the rain and playing in the rain. I'm just strange. Not to mention Gaia's looking a bit under the weather. Har, har, har. Let's continue this conversation in Eden's core. Next stop, Inizuma. By the way, as a warning, I literally, like, passed the part of the lighthouse in the Sumeru Archon quest. I did not stop until I got to the end of it. Well, I mean, we've been making, you know, G-spot jokes and dildo jokes and making things all wet, yeah. I'm not sure what's going on with Gaia, but it's certainly a cause for concern. Perhaps this is the fairy making itself known. What does it want? Why won't it tell me? Because the plot won't let you. Now that I think about it, I really don't know that much about Eden. Since we need to find out how it's connected to Gaia, I should try and understand it at a deeper level. To be honest, there isn't much else I can do. Actually, I didn't do as die as many times. Did I only die like once or twice? So probably should. If I have this at 100%. Ere we set forth to restore the element of ice, I would discuss the manner in which summoning is undertaken. It's in the story grind. Just tell me one thing. Is this going to bring the empty back to the way it was before the flood? No. Well, none can say for certain. The change we have observed at points of the ethereal intersection doth give us cause for optimism. I don't think it'll immediately spring up. It may be reasonable to assume that the empty shall continue to transform, and in the decades come, regain a semblance of its former state. Decades? I don't think you've quite grasped the sheer scale of the damage left in the wake of the flood. Hey, How are y'all? Thank you for the raid. What were you playing? It would have swallowed the entire world if Phylia hadn't stopped it. Even if Ryne has inherited her blessing, wounds like that don't heal overnight. After all, the empty has been utterly devoid of life for 100 years. What were you playing? And it might even take longer than to bring life back. I don't expect immediate results, but I do know that it will stay like this forever unless we do something about it. My sentiments precisely. Only once the final element is restored shall we have a glimpse of the future that awaiteth those generations yet to come. I'm hoping Shiva is just as hot and will step on me in this, you know. I don't know about this. I don't know what this fight is at all. Metal Gear Solid 3. Nice. You do all this for a world you may not live long enough to see? While here I am, so absorbed in my own problems, I can spare barely a thought for anyone besides myself. I mean, sometimes teenagers are rather selfish. Eventually, they grow out of it, but not always. For so long, I've listened to that voice, telling me what to do, who to be. I was so scared of what happened if I disobeyed. But I don't want to live like that anymore. I want to be me. Who am I? What am I? Perhaps it's better if I never find out. If Ryne is the Oracle of Light, here to mend the broken world, what does that make me? Bringing a balance to everything? Gaia, the Oracle of Darkness, bringer of misery and death, a monster. Look, it was light that kind of brought about misery and darkness in this place. I mean, misery and sadness in this place with the Sin Eaters and all this other stuff, so why are you immediately thinking the darkness? I mean, I'm considered the warrior of darkness, so it'll be no wonder they left me. Mother, father, and next it'll all be all of you. And I'll be back where I started, where I've always been, alone. Angsty little bitch, isn't she? Not that I should say much. I was an angsty little bitch as a teenager. Gaia, is that the fairy? What's wrong? Afraid I might lose control and ruin all your carefully laid plans? Bitch, we're worried about you! No, it's you I'm worried about. Ryne, I'm going outside to clear my head. You just do what you need to do, alright? Teenagers. Something's wrong, I know it. Use your teenage senses. That much is clear. Shut up, Thancred. If we have to repeat her first visit to Eden, we may even be joined by those void-sent friends of hers. If you go and see what Gaia's doing, Irianche and I will stay with Ryne. Do you think an autistic person can talk to a teenager any better? My name is Gaia. That's what you said, isn't it? Eden, the flood. What does it all mean? No, it can't be. Is this what it's been waiting for all this time? Finally, you remember. Ah! What is this? The darkness that dwells within you, Gaia. Makes a pretty crystal. The accursed spawn of light are drawn to it, like moths to a flame. Pathetic, mindless, easily bent to my will. Sin Eaters! Now the time of awakening has come! Bitch! Try me. Oh, timing. Ishnai, Ryne senses Sin Eaters. What happened? Fuck if I know, I just arrived here! Don't try to fight them, just bring Gaia back inside. Quickly now. I'll be fine! Now I am being I am teleporting to be a dick cliche at this point. Gotta go? Oh, good going? Sorry. She's in a bad way, but at least she doesn't seem to have lost control. What entity is this that should hold a horde of sin eaters in its thrall? And to what end? I wonder, Iriange, what kind of entity? I fought enough gods and murdered enough gods. She's unconscious. It's like my entire Final Fantasy games involve me murdering God. What's happened to her? She's unconscious. That's a concern for later. You know, I have the game God Slayer, if I remember it is. First I was deal with those sin eaters. Ishnai, if thou care to repel our assailants without, I would ask Thancred with standing guard within. I shall tend to Gaia in the meantime. Yeah, I'm not also a healer, but cool. How many are in this? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more. Oh yeah, God Eater. That. How awake are you for this? Do you want to stop after Eden's verse Refulent so that you can... Yeah. Because that's the... Then there's a bunch of quest chunks, and then, next one after that. I'm not sure if I'm going to finish this tonight either. And tomorrow, to make up for, Wednesday's missing stream, we're going to be doing, Monster Hunter World, so... Into the empty. Woo! This is what a play Final Fantasy 8 again. All right. That would be a Saturday. So if you join back for that one, or watch the replay of it. That's awesome, actually. That's cool. Who'd they have to blackmail to get that to work? I ask in the weirdest way possible. Oh, those are purple and they're cute. Oh, be still my heart. That works so well for a black mage. Oh, doing the, damn. Those leggings. It'll most likely be on Saturday. I mean, those garters. Excuse me. Let me get that correct. Those garters. Oh, I like those. It can actually go with the wild look that I'm going for some of the things. They're actually, I like. I like. I'm not distracted. I'm sadly gonna have to, like, probably, maybe run these a bit. Yeah, I'm not sure if I like that. Though it has a purple kind of thing. If I wanted to do it for, oh, that is absolutely a ninja thing. It's... No, it's a monk. Okay. Oh, okay, game. Nope. Nope. I mean, dog with cat programming. Yeah. Yeah, I really like the earrings. Yeah. They also don't work very well with the hair flipping. That hat, yes! Sorry. If only, like, I mean, I could probably go for it later, is the, coloring that hat to different things. Okay, those are boots. Okay. Hey, what else do you think I'm gonna do while I'm waiting for anything? I kind of like those. Boobs hat? I mean, we don't put them on the same way on top. It's more like a boobs holder. Boulder, if you would. Yeah. Actually, it was the hat I was looking for on that one. Oh, it's okay. I like. Except I couldn't help but think of Aventurine from, you know. Yeah, the problem with this is I like it to some degree, but it also, the hair doesn't work with that. I don't think I like that as much. I want a kind of mythical look to it. That, however, I do like. Shiny. Oh my god! I want this. Too bad I can't color it. I mean, on the normal one. I'm gonna have to do a lot of running for stuff in high level. Yes, Izoro. Okay. That's awesome looking. That would be a good Gunbreaker one. At least my opinion. This would probably be a good Reaper one. I wouldn't say it's a Dragoon. I mean, this feels like, I mean, I love it, mind you. It's the kind of style that I absolutely love, but I don't feel like it fits monk or any of those actually, or samurai, unless I want to be an English gentleman lady kind of monk who punches people in the face. It could be. That isn't odd. Hmm. Actually, I kind of like those boots for fending. I think I'd be fine with that if I can dye it. Why don't I just start with the dyeing part? How are these look like? Oh, I love that too. What the wrist thing looks like. Nice also. I think these would only be the rings that I maybe would ever show. Love the Gordian knot on there. Yeah, I've got to, I mean, once you reach a certain time, it becomes fashionscape, so we gotta have to deal with that. It's an acceptance thing. I find it interesting that no, I'm not much of a fan of that one. Um, it's only at this point that you actually get the sage stuff. Stuck in hell. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get stuff. Oh my god! It has a rose. Okay. Had a casting. What does the red mage one look like? It doesn't work as well the red mage kind of thing, but be still my heart, the rose. That kind of, I guess, look when it comes to like it's a red rose. I don't like the poofiness of it, but I like the gilding on it. Okay, how steampunk does this look? So be still my fucking heart. Oh my god. um. Well, I guess when I can come back on Dawn Trail to run these a bit, I'm in love. I'm absolutely fucking in love. You stole my steampunk heart. No, the underlying red doesn't work as well with that. Probably something like that. But like I said, be still my steampunk heart. Oh my god. I'm I'm just actually some of the like things don't really need to color it to some degree, but oh my. Oh my my. Can you solo this if you by the time you reach Dawn Trail? Just just asking. Okay, it only dies that part. Or you just need to have friends to show up and or be a better be a better anything. Maybe. But yeah, be still my steampunk. Alright. Hope your day goes well, Key. Uh so oh good that I finally finished with that before I could probably by the end of Dawn trail that people could be able to. I mean having the gear to do it. Oh. Mechanics really? Okay. So I need to figure out one of the ones for that last one that I think that I can memorize the or survive the uh the castle, Tamisia's castle. I think this is the uh um how the fuck does this work? Okay, so it shows what they're connected to. Okay, I see it now. I see. Kinda. Fuck. Oh, it's teleportation to that point? Okay, cool. Uh, what do I need to do? Do I stand in the opposite one? Did somebody jump out? Fuck, fuck, fuck. Why the fucking fuck shit? Hell. Fuck. Alright. Fuck, 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 fuck. I mean, I guess. When my mouse wheel wants to work. Ah, I'm sorry. Everybody ran out. That's something. I bet that's something I can't do. Yeah. Interior was secure. With the eaters gone, I thought Gaia might show some sign of improvements, but she hasn't much as stirred. It's actually, I mean, I guess. Sin Eaters drawn to the Oracle of Darkness just when she herself was drawn to the Eden, first foremost among her kind. Wake up, what do we do? I don't know. Kick her. I'm not allowed to, deal with people who are unconscious. Throw water in her face. What is... Well, if I could not be panicking doing it. Whereas everyone, with having to heal and do everything, if I just do DPS, I might be able to understand it better. So I'm all alone. Even the fairy is gone. Endless silence, endless darkness. Is this what death feels like? No. But also, there's a certain self-fulfilling prophecy here. You push everyone away, maybe someday people will, get tired of it. It's no use. No one can hear me. How ironic. All those times I wanted to peace and quiet, and now that I finally have it, I wish I had someone to talk to. I thought I couldn't stand to be around them. All their interfering and fussing, and yet I was never lonely. But it's no use. Even after everything we went through, my memories still won't come back. There's no future waiting for me, only emptiness. Those memories, they can stay lost forever if this pain won't leave me. Now I close my eyes and sink into the darkness. And reappear in Kingdom Hearts, and then I'll suffer no more. That's not how that works. Gaia! Mother, father. Wake up! I understand now. Why wait for tomorrow to claim us? Gaia, can you hear me? Keep screaming! A perfect moment never has to end. I'm not giving up on you, Gaia. Say something! Keep shaking her. That gets them awake. What do you want? Please, I'm begging you. Remember all the things we said we'd do? Like going to second serving for coffee bits? She never agreed to that! I never... Gaia? I never agreed to anything of the sort. At least she remembers that much. Oh, thank goodness, I was so worried about you. See, this is an extrovert trying to, you know, make friends with an introvert. The extrovert usually drags them out. Why do you have to be so loud? The fairy fell silent, only to be replaced by Ryne's voice ringing through my head. I never thought I'd be so glad to hear it. It's Stockholm Syndrome. Whatever that thing was, it was able to control a vast swarm of sin eaters, much like Valtteri. Then again, it's clearly nothing like a light warden. In any case, it's gone. I hope it stays gone. Ha! Ha! Shut up, Thancred, about that last part. Though Gaia's hath regained consciousness, I surmise it shall be some time before she's fully recovered from her ordeal. I still don't know exactly what happened. But at least a dangerous path for now, and Gaia might have had a character arc somewhere. You've all gone through the trouble on my part. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Anyways, I've delayed you for long enough. Please carry on with what you came to do. I'm glad you're back to your usual self, but how are you feeling? Much better now, but something's still bothering me. The fairy spoke to me in a dream, and the stream of memories rushed through my mind. I don't recall anything like this happening before, and I'm not sure what it all means. What sort of memories? I can't make sense of any of them. They were only brief flashes, seen through someone else's eyes. At least that's what it felt like. Menphilia, that is, the first Oracle of Light, once served Hydaelyn as the word of the Mother. If the Oracle of Darkness is her counterpart on their Zodiarch, then we best prepare ourselves for the worst. Aye, the night's return did tip the ethereal balance towards activity, which may have served to awaken the fragment of its power in the first. Having thus roused, he did fix his gaze upon she who had been marked by darkness, Gaia. Marked or no, Gaia is still her own person. Yes. Is everything alright? Nope, that wasn't a smile. I'm Tessundre. It's nothing. Yeah, it's nothing. Anyways, let's forget about all that now. For now, there's plenty of time to think through that once the last element's been restored. If thou believe thyself well enough, then I see no reason for delay. Let us forthwith attend to the revitalization of ice. Shiva, then. Ishnai's the only one here to have actually seen the primal. Perhaps you could describe her for us. I mean, in which form? Night, Haru. Hope you sleep well. A woman named Isal made herself a vessel for Shiva. So she summoned into her body the image essence of someone who had lived over 1,000 years ago? That such a thing should be possible. The long since departed Shiva was a source of great inspiration to Isal, whose method of summoning differed greatly from any we'd previously encountered. I hope she does, goddammit. I've done enough of that trial and she still hasn't. But by the echo she did bear witness to the deeds of a noble Shiva, and thus she was moved to dedicate her being to the self-same cause. 'Twas this devotion that granted her the power of a primal. So she was able to control it herself? Not getting any funny ideas, are you? Just thinking aloud, that's all. Anyways, we better get going. Our journey leadeth to the great glacier situated in the northernmost region of the Empty. I'll get this there as quickly as we can. Spoilers! Time to draw out the Aether. I was thinking. That I should go with you this time. I want to be the vessel for Shiva. You want me to beat you? Is that what you're asking? See, there's a funny idea somewhere in there. Being still and passive by nature, ice is the element that's most strongly aligned to light. I'll need to get close and use my own abilities as well as Eden's to draw it out. So the Oracle of Light becomes the Oracle of Ice. I cannot claim to be in favor of the stratagem, and yet, the primal we encountered in the source was summoned in much the same manner. The inherent advantages are undeniable. Absolutely out of the question. Have you forgotten what Ishnai does to primals we summon? I mean, I didn't technically kill Shiva. She killed herself. At a later time. I'm not about to stand by and watch as she and Ryne beat the tar out of each other. In any case, the Aether only returns to the empty once the creature's been slain. Although, it seems you haven't taken that into consideration yet. Presumably there's a safe way to disperse it, but it's still far too risky. I thought you had more sense, Ryne. But it's not as bad as it sounds! Were the deiformed entity as violent as the primals we had previously summoned, it would be logical to assume that, in her role as conduit, Ryne would be hard-pressed to retain control. Ishnai would have no recourse but to defend herself by any means necessary, else her life be forfeit. I know it's dangerous, but I can't let that hold me back. There should be more consideration into this! Please, I've got to try. But I don't see why this is even necessary in the first place. Same! You never had to take risks for the other elements. Eden possessed almost infinite power, but what would happen if it began to act without my intervention? Well, I don't know. I think it will act within its own means if you're dead, too. If it started feeding on the Aether, just like the other Sin Eaters, it will undo all of our hard work. 'Tis a disconcerting inevitability, and one cannot be dismissed. I'm worried that even if we realign the elements, things will eventually return to how they were following the flood. I mean, you can always go at it, you've tried your fucking best. But if I train Eden how to nurture the environment rather than to drain the life from it, we can leave it to take care of the empty in our place. I'll chant your Aether through it myself and show Eden how it's done. This isn't some house pet we're dealing with. If it all goes wrong, then what? I mean, I know this all sounds like I'm taking a leap of fate, because it fucking is, but it's a gamble. It's been a gamble every step of the way, not like this! We managed to come this far because of faith. And logic. Logic, hello? And, like, the stepping stones of stuff that people have learned before. And ourselves and each other. Power of friendship. Yeah, sure. I made my feelings on the matter perfectly clear, but what say you, Ishnai? I don't want to do the first one, so we're going with the sequence. I'll hold back as much as possible. Like I was supposed to do before, you know. You know, with all the other fucking primals I've faced. Right? I suppose that you've got your heart set on this, and there's no point in trying to dissuade you. That's... Sometimes with teenagers, actually sometimes with everybody or anybody, you have to put your foot down or they'll walk all over you like they do my character. Just don't do anything reckless. This is reckless! This is entirely reckless! Under the definition of reckless, this entire situation would be there! As a crystal. It's going to work, I promise. I'll make sure of it. No, the game writers will, but I mean... Well, for all our sakes, I certainly hope so. Because if the primal takes over... Yeah, but this is kind of different with sneaking out and sneaking and turning yourself into something like a primal. Without telling anybody. It'll be fine. With all you by my side, I know whatever happens, it'll work out in the end. God damn it. All of us? I hope you're not including me. I can't even deal with my own problems, never mind yours. To Sunday, to Sunday, to Sunday. Just kids already! I mean, you're teenagers. Fuck. It's just enough. Or turning into God's teens. It's true. It's enough to know that you're here. Anyways, I've decided to take a leaf out of your book. I do what I want when I want. That's not a very good leaf to take. That's very selfish. I've made my decision. Now I have to see it through. It should be within fucking reason. Yes, but this is a different kettle of fish altogether. Why would you put fish in a kettle? You put it in a pot, but why a kettle? Well, the point is that this is what I want, and I'll do whatever it takes to make it work. Ryne is turning into a fucking Karen! Stop her from evolving! So this means so much to you. It's my way or the highway. Memories of Shiva. Oh. Well, this is another form of beat them till they behave, right? I don't know how, but I can see her too. This might actually work. Also, the small thing of teaching Eden to do this. Somebody else could come along and teach Eden to do the opposite too. Have you ever thought of that? Both Giselle and Archbishop Thorin offered their corporal forms as vessels, onto which the likeness of preeminent figures from Ishgardian history were projected. However, the nature in which each of them met their demise perhaps best not dwelled upon. Maybe it's a good thing to dwell upon because we're deciding to go down this fucking route. I think Eden is sending your thoughts to me. I see Giselle and Shiva. They only wanted peace, a land where dragon and mankind could live side by side. With so many things left to chance, all I can do is wait and pray. You know, hopes and prayers. You think the 12 can hear me here the first? I don't know. So she's just waiting for the future to arrive. But actually, she's not just waiting for the future to arrive, but actually trying to change it. Also, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not sure the 12 actually fucking exist with the way everything's set up in this game. It's just deities that people wish to believe in. Blasphemy, I know. Okay, the last one of the night. Hopes and prayers, everybody. Got mend while I'm there. I should have gone to more instead. Since... Yeah, no. Well, the thing is, I feel like at least Omega can be on its own kind of thing. But I felt like at least since this involved Ryne, you know, rounding out Storm, I mean, rounding out her story so that it's not as jarring going back to it later like I am for some of the other stuff. Look, I'm gonna throw this out there here. I have the mind of a 12-year-old half the time with my jokes and giggles, but the body of an adult. So, I mean, I have no leg to stand on whether the ethicalness of it, um, past the fact that she's still a teenager no matter. Therefore, it really doesn't matter what form she takes. She's still a teenager. Mind, thought process, all this other stuff. Like I say, I joke about being like a mentally 12-year-old with all the jokes, but I am still an adult mentally too. Just when I have to adult. When I don't have to adult, well, hmm. Teenagers woohoo other teenagers. The end. Spatters. By the time you hear this, who knows? Early antiquity, let's see. Well, I mean, at least for me, I feel like I need to close Ryan's story before I drag everybody, away from her, where she's alone, where she this is her, I guess, character arc. I mean, at least with the Ironworks, we aren't dragging them from a different world. They will always be in that world. I mean, this just without coloring, this would be a perfect black mage thing. Yeah, true. This feels like it would be a scholar. So, but I mean, I have these, so kind of one of those. Might as well. Oh, it's a healer. I'm just thinking about what I want for to use bits and pieces for. These are the Eden's Gate. Yeah, it's whatever. Yeah. Hey, Rudy, how are you? I mean, if I had a different hairstyle, I would use this. I'm doing well. I'm finishing up doing a bit of um At least the second portion of Eden's Gate before I end the stream for tonight. And I am doing well. We're just waiting for the thing to pop. Might as well use some of these up. Good morning to you too, hun. It is about almost 4 in the morning for me. Whoa! And I have crap. I have a few videos I need to upload in the scheduling for YouTube. Guess I'm doing that as soon as I get off. You know, I'm just gonna run back and grab all this stuff. Yes! Ooh woo woo. Ooh woo 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 woo. Yeah, that's the same time where I am too. Put everything in here, didn't I? I'll probably get rid of the, at least for these ones. The bracelet ones. I appreciate that, hun, and I'm absolutely thrilled that you make comments on there because comments help in the algorithm, all the other stuff. You know, that song and dance. I gotta say that song and dance, and I really do appreciate it. It's like, sorry if I'm not sounding as excited as I can be, but I've reached the tired point, and I'm trying survive. There we go. You ready? Final raid of the night. Actually, oh, what's the amazing news? Go ahead and tell me. I like her outfit, actually. Because it's a mixture of her old outfit. Kind of thing. Being that there's no, you know, walls on this, I feel like I'm gonna also have problems with gravity again. Like, I'm gonna hate it. Nice! The one with many eyes kind of like thing that grabs your characters and like... Nice. Congrats on that. Wrong combat. Combo. And what was the combination you had to use to finally do it? What was your character combo? Redress. Do not undress in front of me, please. I'm frozen. I'm frozen. I'm frozen! Fuck! Fuck! I'm not looking at her at all. I'm currently just looking at, like, the health bars in the corner. And probably the floor. Diamond Frost. I mean, I probably should be looking at her, but I mean... Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I gonna be yanked that direction? Oh, we're doing the void shit again. No, it's... Fuck! It's mirrors. It's mirrors. It's mirrors! Teenagers with their goddamn mirrors! Fuck, fuck, fuck! Gonna die. Sorry, sorry, sorry! Oh, she stepped on all of us. Okay. Hi. First? Huh? But will I get knocked off? Okay, we got the debuff then. What the fuck do I do with that? Oops. Do we start from the beginning again? Damn. Okay. There's no save point. Cool. Nice. Axe kick. I'm not gonna make it. Um. Oh. And it changes. I'm happy that you were finally able to absolutely get that fight that you were having such a hard time on. God damn it. The last one touched it. Get inside if you have the... Don't have it. Okay. Mirror, mirror. Oh god. I'm not gonna make it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nope! Yeah! Strange noises from halfway across the, you know, state. Nice outfit that kind of looks like... Bayonetta. But she's too young for that. Yeah, we've been naughty. Hit us with the, you know... Everybody's been naughty. Hit her with the hammer. Look, that is a teenager. Do you see the fucking... Did you see the neck? Like, the absolutely... That's like, that's... The cut on that is... I know that's a teenager, but damn, did they not think about that? That's horrifying. Teenager. No, I'm just... absolutely confused on why they decided to do that for a teenager, and then I thought back, oh, it's from Japan. No, 16 is not legal everywhere. 18 is the age of consent. 16-year-olds can, as long as they're not, as long as 16-year-olds are having sex with other 16-year-olds that are under the age, 16 is okay, but, like, if it's the 18 is the age of consent for anybody who's considered a legal adult. No, it's not okay with a minor past that, under that. You were there. I heard you. What happened to Shiva? Is she still in control? Yeah, do we need to bonk her with a hammer too? No, she's gone. But Gaia. What? Your tsundere is showing. The hammer. It matches your dress. I mean, that's somewhere to go with it for the teenager. The anvil. I see you're back to your normal idiotic self. Also, in Japan, it's also 18 for the entire country. That doesn't mean that provinces don't have other things, but it's pretty much... Look, isn't it pretty? Maybe we could take it with us. Ice tends to melt, you know? Not this sort. Well, if you say so. But yeah, I think Japan, because the international age is 18, and they raised it to be equal to that. Anyways, it might be a nice necklace. That's a brilliant idea. Wilt thou not rush to her aid? Girl bonding time. Perhaps I'm getting slow in my old age, because it seems Gaia's beaten me to it. To think she would be the one to break the ice. Ahem. Jokes, quips. They may have gotten off to a rocky start, but I think that they'll make quite the pair. So does everyone on the internet, apparently. Is that a hint of melancholy I detect in thy voice? Something akin to a pining mother or bird whose chicks have flown the nest? Deckard's making the joke. Don't torture Thancred like that right now. Father Bird, if you don't mind. But you're not entirely wrong. Ah, he's accepting it! Thancred's having his character arc. So, when the day finally comes to say goodbye, it hardens me to know that she won't be alone. See, that's one of the key things of why I'm doing this now. Yeah, because they're fictional, yeah. After that, we can go have a second serving for coffee biscuits. Fine, you win. And if they're anything less than perfection itself, I'll never let you live it down. If they're not to your liking, there are plenty of other things to try. And I suppose we both deserve a little treat after all that hard work. We certainly do. Then we laughed and laughed if we had not a care in the world. This is what happens when stress happens. Like, it releases in different ways. Fleeting though it was, in a moment I was content. But my life was never meant to be so simple. Life tends not to be. After all, we are complex organisms. Yes, I decided to go there with that joke. I had my share of close shaves, but that was terrifying, to put it mildly. I can only hope the ends justify the means. Ice, being the most naturally aligned to light among all elements, did interact with Ryne's innate gifts in ways unforeseen. Yeah, because we didn't give it that thought process. Were we not graced with the timely appearance of the Oracle of Darkness, I fear this tale would have ended somewhat prematurely. I let myself get a little carried away there, but I was definitely one controlling my powers, not the other way around. Even so, I hope I'll never have to use them again. I appreciate that, Ryne, hun. Say, all of us need to go to sleep soon. I need to upload some things on YouTube, though. I'm so sorry. It'll probably be the indie, at least some of the indie games that I played earlier. Or one of them. I'm so sorry, everyone. I clearly have a long way to go before I can handle that kind of power, because I haven't done much editing either on the side of things that I need to do for picking apart the Final Fantasy streams. But we've achieved what we set out to do, and I could have it rendering out when I go to sleep. Set out. I have faith you would. So without further ado, let's return to camp and admire our work. We will be depressed because we don't know if it'll actually be anything important. Who knows? Oh my god, it really is! Moss, the first steps. It's life! I mean, yes, we are life. Grew pretty goddamn quickly. So the I Spy will be actually interesting on our way back. So it's I Spy with my little eye, something green, and or something white. It's a... Too bad we don't have shrubberies. It feels like I'm witnessing the miracle performed by Mentphilia 100 years ago all over again. The rapid propagation of flora appeareth to be limited to the intersections of the ethereal channels, as per our earlier findings. Nevertheless, 'tis cause to rejoice that the seeds of aether have quickened into the barren ground of the empty. All this greenery is far more than I dared to hope. I can't help but worry that it's all good to be true. Never! Yeah, Thancred Urionshe definitely smoked the weed. I'm not gonna grab that quest. I'll come back to it on Saturday. Alright. Let me jump to Crystarium. And, well, I find somebody to raid. Oh my god, casual speedruns playing Riven! I haven't played them forever! That's the second, the thing to Twitch. I mean, not Twitch, Mist. Thank you! I appreciate everything for y'all. I really do, and Rooney. Alright, y'all. This was Ishnai Ciarfox. I hope you have a good day or night whenever it is, wherever it is you currently are. If you're watching this on YouTube, please like, subscribe, and comment! Let's go! I hope that we are... Okay.